Gotta actually make sure I've got stuff properly loaded up. But anyway, hello my dear humans, and welcome to part 3 of DnDcraft, in which I hope it would stop doing that because it gets mildly annoying. Which, we're here playing Minecraft, but DnD. And I really am kind of hating that they brought back the same fucking event that no one bloody likes. Literally, from what I can tell, no one fucking likes this event. It's like, how do you like an event purely based on RNG, but even worse? So, well, I'm kind of busy. So what is essentially going on for the event is you get a bunch of, like, frog card cases, whatever. It's a Harry Potter event, basically. And you get frog boxes. Now, each side of these frog boxes can contain 1 of 5 things. 2 of those things are spawner pieces. So keep in mind that unless you heavily reroll, you're essentially pretty much going to be fucked to the point of, yep, good luck getting spawner pieces for things that you actually want. Like, seriously, unless you heavily reroll, get like the slim chance for Ravenclaw one, and then yeah, you're really not getting it, which sucks because they do actually have nice skins as a reward later on, but it's more good fucking luck actually getting that skin because, yeah, fuck you. Like, that's all I can really think of. It's like, oh, you want the skin that takes it up, let's see, 1,178. And the diamonds are at 372. I am just going to get them, and I'm not even bloody stressing over this event. Because throughout the entire event, you can purchase additional spawners. Like, if you want spawners, 450 diamonds each. Keep in mind that the event only gives you 300. You get... does it give any royal pigs? It gives 4 royal pigs at 744 points, which have a chance to drop diamonds. So, yeah, not at all worth it. Like, at all. The skin, like the unique girl, all the way at the end. Incredibly cute. Would want. However, you take a look at the event deals, and it's like spend $100 for a singular 31 event points. They can buy 5 times. So yeah, like honestly, and keep in mind that a full, how many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Full 3 rows out of the 10 are filled up with bubbles that you can unlock by spending diamonds. And then another 3 rows after that. So keep in mind you only have 4 full stacks to work with initially, until you start chipping away and merging into those other 3 rows that are closed off. So yeah, really not exactly the best event. To which I don't think anyone in the Discord at all likes it. Hey there, buddies. You've got someone you don't like. Magic missile. Hi, Jimmy Davis. How you doing, buddy? Do we need to go that way, or why does this way look like it has something? How was my day? My day, honestly, fairly decent. Like, I can't really complain. I guess my only complaint would be I got a little too overconfident playing my main world, and then lost a bunch of good armor and a sword to a wither skeleton. So that honestly did kind of hurt a little. Is this not actually an area? There's a mimic. Can you join me? I don't think so, as this is... I'm assuming that you would be able to join, but this is like a unique map pack, and it would kind of... I don't know what they're doing. I am, like, it's not main Minecraft, if that's not obvious, so I'm not really sure how it would work. Like, you can play it with multiple people, but it'd be like joining in the middle of a campaign and just no idea what to do. But I probably will, in a future stream, have like a specific world to play with. Any followers that come by. But if you're interested in whatever this is, it's Minecraft Dungeons and Dragons, in case it's not obvious by the title. I think it's like 15 bucks, give or take, but so far it's pretty enjoyable. I'm watching all your live streams. Aw, I appreciate it, buddy. I usually don't do Minecraft. It's just I saw this and I was like, I'll give it a try. Usually it's kind of a mix between Star Wars or whatever game I decide to pick up and just complete.
I should warn you, in case you did not already know. Dragons and giants have a long-standing rivalry that verges on hatred, depending on the parties involved. Storm giants are known as goodly, if stern, creatures, but regardless of this one's disposition, it might be for the best if you do not mention my presence or involvement.
Something else to complicate things. That's good to know. Thanks. Hello?
Did they mean to come out of literally nowhere there?
Where are you? Just want to talk.
I'm not really sure if the mage is supposed to be like this strong, but considering that you can kill most enemies in like literally one hit, I don't know. I'm starting to think mage might have been a bit too easy. So FNAF movie is coming out in 8 days. I'm going to be honest, the only Five Nights at Freddy's movie or game I've played has been the first one.
Shall not proceed.
Is a storm giant, and one who has ascended beyond the restrictions of their body, it seems. They aren't just controlling the storm around us. They are the storm. It is a part of them. Be careful.
Speak now and tell me your purpose in coming here, lest I blast you off the side of the mountain.
So, I might end up watching the Five Nights at Freddy's movie out of curiosity. Like, I'm not a huge fan as a franchise, but I might, if I can get the cash together to buy all the games, I might do a stream of them.
She is quite guarded and wary of you, but contrary to her words, she does not seem to want to harm you, though is certainly willing to if you threaten her.
Do you know a druid named Myaston Kimmerin?
No. Should I?
She is unfamiliar with the name and still suspicious of you.
Do you know of any other storm giants in the area?
No. I live separate from my people.
Why are you lying to me?
Dare accuse me of lying?
I can read it on your face. You're even more tense after I mentioned him.
And for good reason. What business have you with Kimmerin of Clem Myastan?
My friend has been infested with a parasite that has also displaced his soul. We were told by the Sage of Magic at Candlekeep that his best hope is to find the Rod of Alignment, which was last seen with Kimmerin.
And what if I refuse to help? What will you do?
I got nothing. We are at your mercy.
Humble and sincere. This is a powerful item that you seek, and not something to be handed over lightly. Though perhaps you will do. Very well. I indeed possess the rod, and am willing to part with it in return for a favor.
Anyway, I'm assuming that you're a Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I think the only games that are on Xbox are the first 4 and Security Breach. I'm gonna have to double check, but I'm pretty sure those are the only ones that are on.
The druid who last held the rod is indeed a friend of mine. Kimmerin, however, has a tendency to use force to protect the wilderness and its creatures, rather than negotiate. The Lord's Alliance decided that they had suffered his vigilantism long enough, and have imprisoned him in the great fortress they built nearby, known as Revel's End.
You get the first one on your PC. I remember a little story time here. I actually have the first one on Steam, and I tried playing it like ages ago, like when it first came out. But I'm assuming my computer at the time just could not run it, because all it was like a dark screen and just nothing else. But I actually have no idea when the last time I streamed the first game. But for you, mate, I will have a look, see how much the games are, and if I have them, and if I do, I might end up streaming them tomorrow, maybe roughly at the same time as now, unless I'm not done with this, because I want to get this done before, like, too long.
I cannot enter that bastion, as its magic wards me away. If you want the rod, then you must find a way to free Kimmerin. Once he is with me again, the rod will be yours.
She is used to keeping her own counsel, and it seems that leaving you in the dark is to her advantage, as you can read nothing on her face.
Will Kimmerin be dangerous to me?
Only if you give him reason to think that you mean harm to either him or the wilderness. Otherwise, he is quite personable.
A prison break to set free a dangerous environmentalist vigilante? Count me in.
Well then, perhaps Kimmerin has found a kindred spirit in you. A last warning to you. Beware the prison, for it is not just a trapped and warded fortress. Something has changed lately. I have not seen the guards at their outposts for nearly a week, and there is now a ferocious flying creature there.
You don't play Minecraft with me. Well, I do have several, like, world templates that are kind of like challenges, so I could potentially set one of them up. I'm not particularly too sure as to how they'd go, but I could load up like a couple hardcore ones. Again, I'm not particularly too sure as to how they'd go.
Every time I
just
try
set
to
up a
approach
standard
since
world.
its appearance, it has beaten me back, rather severely at one point. I do not know if the jailers have summoned it as an additional guardian, or whether it is there for other reasons. But be wary of a dark creature with bat-like wings. Hope that you do not encounter it. Good luck.
But like, it'll be up to you, mate. Either random old templates or just a standard
That is
survival
all a
mode.
rather tall order, and none of it too encouraging. At this point, the best we can do is probably to investigate the prison, see if we can identify some of its defenses and any gaps therein.
You know, on iPhone and people can join cross-platform. Can they? Like, I actually have no idea. If they can, yeah, cool. I'm not, like, I don't really play with many people, so I honestly have no idea. Oh, they can. Well, that's kind of cool. Again, I don't really play with, like, a lot of people in Minecraft. I think, like, the only time that I've played with another person that wasn't, like, my sister on the realm that I've got would have been on the mob vote, and even then, that was, like, barely an hour. I can't tell if that's meant to be like a giant shell or what. I did play with my cousin. He was on Xbox and I was on iPhone. Oh, well, that's cool. Probably gonna need to sort out the issue of adding, because again, I would have no idea. I am curious as to what this is, though.
The Illithid, also known as Mind Flayers, once ruled vast empires across multiple worlds, conquering whole races and forcing them into service. Ships like this one were how the monsters traveled between the stars and across planes of existence. Be glad that this one is long since crashed and abandoned. Otherwise, its presence would foretell a coming calamity.
I'm gonna kind of be honest, I don't really know too much about D&D, so like, any of the D&D stuff really does... Yeah, it's kind of going mostly over my head. I will admit, they did actually give a minor hassle. Really? There's seriously nothing in the chest. You go all that way for literally nothing. That's just disappointing. But I'm assuming you don't have an Xbox then, or... What do you want to talk about? Do you watch anime much? It's always nice to talk about anime, music, random movies, old TV shows. This isn't too bad, it just kind of gets a little annoying that they keep spawning, and it's like, I have this issue with like pretty much any game that has respawning enemies, and it's just like, you try to rush through, but then you've just got way too many enemies. This is like, yeah, I could kill you and it would only take a little bit of time, but I just don't want to. You watch Pokemon. I actually tried restarting to watch Pokemon. I'm not sure I want to commit all that time into watching it. Like, I tried watching it a little while ago, and I honestly just kind of gave up. You found some glitches in different games. Huh, like what ones? I'm kind of still a little curious as to why that didn't get its own site. Because I feel like, so this is just me, but I always kind of like making the perfect character, which I know really just sounds kind of lame, but I hate missing out on skill checks. Like, I always try and just look up a guide of like, yeah, what's the perfect character that has the best outcome for everything, and like try to keep the stats across the board so I never fail a skill check. Ones that kill you in the void in Roblox when it doesn't let you. Huh. I'm going to be honest, I did actually reinstall, well, I installed Roblox. I've played it a little before. I was gonna stream it, but then I ended up playing here. That doesn't sound lame. I guess the lameness comes from what is essentially the Mary Sue type thing, where like you create a character that's so perfect and doesn't have any flaws, and they're just pretty much the best at everything. That's usually what I try for, in the sense of, as you saw against the Storm Giant. Well, like, I failed the skill check. If it was any other game, I'd pretty much be saving and reloading every time to try and succeed. Because I just... Oh, that's a nice little texture. I just really don't like the idea of, oh yeah, you can't do this because your character isn't...
No sign of that creature that Nalka warned us about. Can you discern anything noteworthy?
The place is rather quiet. Still, waiting for a few minutes, you do not see any guards, but do notice that the front door is wide open. Otherwise, though, you cannot see any apparent weaknesses.
Forcing our way in isn't going to be an option, I don't think.
No, I think you are quite right about that. Perhaps we can strike a deal with whoever runs the prison. Barring that, simply seeing the inside might give us some ideas about how to get Kimmerin out. Still no guards? You would think that someone would have stopped or questioned us by now. I do not like the feel of this. Make sure that the front door stays open and unlocked, too. I do not wish to be trapped in here. See what you can find through that hole. There might be another passage or something similar. Something to lead us out of here. That looks like it connects to the door in the entryway, and judging by these notes, most of the rest of the prison, too. It seems to be a full containment and lockdown system. Everything is barred and sealed. Perhaps there's been a prison riot or some revolt. Messy as that may be, it could provide a good distraction for getting inside and extracting Kimmerin.
I'm guessing that I'm going to need to find the code to the doors. At least I'd assume so if any area actually had numbers. Maybe I'm missing something. Kinda don't want to go slamming stuff at random. Who doesn't like Minecraft? I'm assuming a few people won't. When I first actually got Minecraft, I'll admit I kind of returned it the next day because, like at the start it wasn't too fun. Then I got it later, I was like, yeah, pretty enjoyable. So like my first purchase of Minecraft was on the 360, and I stayed up all night digging down into a tunnel and then digging the way back up, and it was just like I landed right at my house and I'm like, this isn't too fun. I do have a YouTube channel. It's mostly for all my past streams, so you should be able to find the link down below. I can't, in good faith, say too much of the quality of the streams, as well, there's a lot of them, so like I can't specifically say if they're any good, so you're gonna have to take watching any with a grain of salt. Like I honestly can't even say to the quality, because half the time I don't even know if they're stuttering or anything of the quality. And what do I do here? You said into the hole, which I'm assuming would have been the one over there, unless there's another that I'm not seeing. Try and mess around with everything. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But what kind of stuff do you have on your YouTube channel, mate? So... I'm assuming just triggering everything won't work. Yeah, gaming. For the nondescript way of saying games. 1, 4. I'm assuming that they aren't in order. Okay, I'll admit I'm lost. 5, 8, 4, 3. Alright, I will try that. Five, 8, 4, 3. I don't think that did anything. I'm gonna double check the main chamber. Because obviously the Wayfinder really is not doing anything here. Let me know if you happen to spot anything I might have missed. I don't think there'd be a code in one of the barrels. I don't think these buttons have anything to do with anything. I'm gonna have to be missing something. Did you spot something, or did you just decide to post what looks like a random snake thing? Ah, you posted some random. Yeah, that works. Still have no idea as to... I didn't pick anything up. So that's clearly not it. There's no, like, code anywhere on the doors. It's gonna be something completely obvious and I've just missed it, isn't it? Like, there's literally going to be a code somewhere and I just missed it. 497. I will give that a try. I was kind of half expecting there to be a code in, like, the alcoves or afters, whatever, that would give you the code for that door. No. Let's get into serious mode and try and figure it out. If I was a code, I honestly probably would be up in the ceiling. Either that or I really am just completely unaware of whatever the hell I'm doing. I did just try 497, so at least I'm pretty sure. I'll go back and double check. It's either gonna be completely obvious or just something completely random that I was not paying attention to. I feel like this is literally half the time of me playing Morrowind. Like, if I stop playing Morrowind for like a day and I get back in, I'm like, the hell was I doing before? Four, 9, 7. Ah. Okay, that's a free. That. What would that be? That's an 8. If it's this, I'm going to give them 7. So we've got 3, 8, 7. I will give them this, that it took me a while to figure that out.
There. Now let us get back into the open and hope that we have not released all of the prisoners or endangered the guards. That would...
What was that? Oh, what are these things?
Demons! What are demons doing in a prison?
I will have to admit, that was actually a pretty good puzzle. Maybe I just completely did not put together that the buttons would be it. Like, I have to admit, they kind of blend in with the wall. I mean, you see them, but I just did not. Or I just said that maybe that's the code. That's what I say. Am I really filled up with money?
Devils and now demons. Encountering both in such a relatively short time is seldom a good sign. Either you are cursed with rotten luck or something is brewing. Unless Rebel's End is taken to enlisting monsters from the Abyss as guards, something has gone thoroughly awry. This is becoming increasingly distressing.
How likely is it that the prison's keepers have summoned these things?
Unlikely. The Lord's Alliance may be only as good as their interests allow, or as benefits them. But they are intelligent enough to know that summoning demons for help is an often counterproductive and deadly proposition. They would forbid such practices within their institutions, including this one.
What is the Abyss exactly?
It is one of the lower planes, a seething pit of madness, rage, and destruction. Its endless layers are populated with demons of all shapes and forms, varying in intellect and cunning, but uniform in their desire to wreak chaos and kill. The Abyss is reckless, thoughtless evil made manifest.
My hobbies mostly include gaming, watching anime. stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't say I have any, like, majorly fancy hobbies, but I like just mostly chilling, watching anime, and gaming.
Do you think that Kimmerin has anything to do with them being here?
I doubt it, unless Kimmerin were
And
presented
apparently
with a too
being
tempting
constantly
opportunity,
tied.
was consumed by vengeance, or had simply gone mad, he would not risk summoning demons. They would do as much damage to his precious wilderness as any human host would, polluting and tainting the land with their very presence.
Your hobby is school. Well, as long as you enjoy it. I know school can be kind of boring, but yeah, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. Like, who knows? Maybe it's changed since I used to go.
How worried should I...
Very. If there are this many demons in one room, then there are likely to be others. They were likely summoned and then broke free from their summoner. If the summoner was particularly careless, they may have left a portal open, through which more demons and demonic spirits could enter our world. Unfortunately, I think that the lockdown we just lifted may have been the only thing keeping them here in the prison.
Hey, Concrete.
Any advice
How you
going
doing,
into this?
buddy?
Yes, don't die, and get out as quickly as you can.
Helpful.
As we go, look for evidence of a cult like the one we found near Candlekeep. If we find who or whatever created the portal, we may in turn discover a way to collapse it.
You doing what? Like, what specifically are you doing? It's it. Oh, I'm doing. So these kind of look more like zombies than they do demons, so... I don't know, they don't really look too much like demons. They're just gonna keep endlessly respawning. So, you gotta go. Oh, well, have fun, Jimmy. Hopefully, yeah, have a good day. Dumb joke, I'm doing alright. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Just, so this is kind of like a minor issue, but if they're gonna keep respawning and there's no like penalty for dying, it really just kind of makes the entire campaign a little bit of a waste. Like, there's no punishment aside from if you can outrun them, you're safe.
Those must have been the guards. Either there is a spellcaster nearby animating them, or they've been possessed by demonic spirits.
What must have been the guards? Yeah, like if they keep endlessly respawning a few minutes after you kill them, and like you can die and it just sends you back only maybe a minute of progress. Oh, those must have been the guards. Then it really does kind of cheapen the entire thing. I mean, I guess if you want, you can just chug healing potions. But anyway, how was your day yesterday? So it took you like 10 years to finally fit your sexy voice is automatically 10 out of 10. I mean, I've heard worse.
I do not see evidence of the warden, nor anyone else. He likely took the keys with him, but you might still want to search this room. See what you can find.
I saw it took you like 10 years.
You find a journal bound in plain
For what,
cheap leather.
Priscilla?
Pulling aside a loose brick in the wall, you find a lockbox tucked into the empty space. Lacking a key, you can either try to pick the lock with your meager tools or try to bust it open. After spending about 10 minutes fiddling with a tumbler and pin combination, you finally stuff your lockpicks back into your pocket. Cursing and giving up, you find odd implements around that can act as a poor man's substitute for a crowbar and begin wedging the lid open a hair's breadth at a time. Once there's enough space to fit your fingers between the lid and bottom, you flex your muscles and heave, ripping the lock and hinges from their settings to discover a small potion inside. Looks like the warden was preparing for the worst. Maybe a prison break.
Thank you for waiting so patiently while I was... Thank you. I forget which way I was going, but thanks for at least, you know, being patient with me. Nah, but his voice is seriously hot. I barely have time or energy for anything. Seriously wanted to watch Priscilla, and you know I did, and then I ended up falling asleep. You loved the movie though. I mean, I told you it was a good movie. So, you know, maybe trust me a little bit. Alright, so we came this way. But anyway, specifically, what parts did you enjoy about the movie? I know that there is a stage play production of it, so if you look around, you might be able to find that somewhere. Honestly, all the parts, but I gotta say, I love Bernadette and everything about her. You know, I kind of figured that you would, and honestly, yeah, Bernadette was pretty good too. Early access second shipment of food arrived on schedule, along with a new prisoner, 261. We'll need to worry about running out of rations anytime soon. However, there seems to be a growing mold or some other junk on the bottom floor of the building. Some sludge-like black stuff, not much of it, but it keeps coming. Back after cleaning, may need something to disinfect before we get inmates sick. For the inmates get sick. Inmate 256 started talking again, but he keeps saying something about whispers. He seems to be afraid, though of what no one can tell. Okay. Do you bloody mind? Really, I am trying to read, and your first instinct is I'm going to chuck a bunch of bloody arrows at you. I really like the bi guy with an ex-wife and son. The whole thing is sweet, honestly. I don't think they broke up. Like, I think that they were still together, but no idea. The guy who falls in love with Bernadette is adorable. Yeah, I mean, so from what I could tell, there was an issue around, well, not like, so I think that the main issue that they had around the movie was that they didn't hire trans people for like the movie, and it's the same with the stage play. Like, I was watching a video about it, and it was like, yeah, the fact that, you know, they were having straight men play trans characters in the stage play. But honestly, again, what I stand on it is, if they do a good job, then yeah, just leave them. But yeah, I forget his name. Nope. My memory sucks, but yeah, I forget the name of the guy that falls in love with Bernie. I will admit I have like one small criticism about the movie, and that really isn't so much a criticism on the movie. It's just that I found some of the costumes a bit silly. Like the ones with like the giant heads on top of them, I'm like, wow. I also don't think it's that bad of an issue. The only real concern is it's just hard to find a job as a queer person in general, and these roles would be perfect for them, or they're taken by the cishet. That's drag for you. It's always a bit silly and over the top. Actually, speaking of random gay things, have you listened to Weird Al's song of CNR? Well, I think I'm at finally 32 pages. Bloody. Okay. Hang on. I'll find. Yeah, Amish Paradise is good. I'll find you that specific song. I'm gonna leave this up for a bit so that people can actually read while I go through. Once YouTube actually decides it wants to load up. Bam, bam, bam. I'm half trying to read this. Like, should I bother? There's still like 12 more pages. Should I bother reading the rest of this or no? I don't know, bro. What if there's a code? Yeah. But give this song a listen while we were on the topic of finding work for queer people. Just have to double check, make sure the link actually fucking works and doesn't just send something stupid. But yeah, give that a listen. Okay. No code. Just a whole lot of them really not shutting up while I was trying to read.
That looks like it was probably the warden. Their body is no longer their own. No choice, no movement, not commanded by something else. A puppet. Nothing to be done, no helping them, nothing. Have to break him. That is all. Just break what is left. Break the shell. Break the puppet, and it will be over. There. There. It is done.
You didn't know Weird Al had original songs, but he has been performing for like 40 fucking years, and you've only now just noticed that he has original songs. But the reason that I sent you that one is because apparently, like, I really personally don't know too much about Charles Nelson Riley, but apparently he struggled to be accepted, and this is literally just reading off a comment. He struggled to get into the TV and film world because of his obvious queerness and how he didn't try to hide it. And so I think Saturday Night Live did a sketch on him that made him appear like kind of a pansy. And so Weird Al wanted to do a song, and he reached out to his family about it, and all I think his daughter or something said was just don't make him out to be like a pansy or anything. Yeah, don't make him out to be a sissy or something. And so he came up with that song. Literally only ever heard one song of his, and he's widely known as a parodist. CNR is a total badass. Yeah, have you seen the Weird Al movie? I'm assuming that you haven't if you don't really watch a lot of Weird Al. But if you haven't, I would recommend checking out the movie. It's honestly kind of fun, and this might just be me, but I kind of confused Daniel Radcliffe for Elijah Wood. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me that got them confused, but I'm not sure if it's, I'm not sure how new it is, but yeah, weird. The Al Yankovic movie. Did it look similar? I mostly just went off like the voices. Like I heard the voice and I was like, what does it sound kind of like Elijah Wood?
Good work.
Daniel Radcliffe does do a good job of playing Al. And it even gets a little funnier due to the fact that Weird Al actually plays a role in the movie. Oh, and you also have Jack Black in the movie as well.
Are you okay? You sounded a little lost for a while there.
You're still planning to watch the Queen movies? Your list is endless and I never get to it. But I watched Priscilla, so I guess I'll watch that too. It's fun. Yeah, like the movie is fun. It's just a shame that he gets killed by Madonna at the end.
I am
Oh wait, shit, spoiler.
fine now.
But see, so the thing is with spoilers that I find is either people are gonna be like, "Oh, you spoiled." Yeah. All right. So here's honestly what I find about spoilers. People are either going to be like, "Oh, thanks, you just spoiled the entire thing." Like, there's no use watching it now. Or they're gonna be like, okay, well now I'm kind of curious as to how it gets up to that point, and so I'm going to watch it because out of curiosity to find out what the hell happened. See, it's when I hear spoilers, I tell myself, well, they could have easily bullshitted me, so I gotta watch it. Yeah, that's fair. For me, again, it's kind of like a mixed bag between, like, it's either going to ruin the entire thing, or like, oh, wait until you find out who Darth Vader is. This is like, Darth Vader's Luke's father, but like, oh, spoiled the entire thing. Or you're like, okay, well now I'm curious as to how they Darth Vader's Jar Jar Binks. Oh yeah, totally. That would just...
That seemed to really affect you. Do you want to talk about what just happened?
That would work.
There is nothing to discuss. We must continue.
Damn it.
Keys. Find the keys.
You sift through the shards of bone and scraps of torn clothes and armor until you hear a jangle. You retrieve a ring of keys, each of which is inscribed with runes and magic formulae. You would never have opened the cells without these.
At the end of the Bible, it's revealed God is actually a unicorn. I actually have a sooner, damn it, let me just get to my bloody chats while on the topic of unicorns. I know I've got a meme about it. Images down to memes. Is this? It's either here or... You know what? Instead have that. It's either put in another folder or I can't fucking find it. Like, I really need to sort out my entire phone and get a new phone. Memes. When you have so many memes that you honestly can't tell which one is which. Bloody stupid. I swear I have like 400 memes, like 400 in this folder, and I can't even tell if it's in fucking this one. Stupid, bloody stupid phone. Like me just casually taking 10 minutes out to try and find one picture because unicorn. Okay, if I can't find it this time around, you know, screw it. I can't fucking find it. Oh, I did actually get a set of keys. Yeah, so like, I feel like if this map pack did have like a more difficult experience, it might be a bit funner, or like, you know, make the enemies less numerous but stronger, and take away the ability to respawn endlessly. Like, it's fine if you're trying to farm gold, but then it gets to the point where it's like,
the jingling of keys. Now that is a welcome sound. Certainly better than listening to screaming demons anyhow. And who might you be? I see no uniform. You don't look like a demon to me.
My name's Katra. I'm here to get you out.
Are you now? Well, that's nice, but I find it hard to believe. Very well. My name is Mayastan Kimmerin. What do you want with me exactly?
Nalkra sent me to free you.
Oh, finally. She said she would figure something out, but I'd given up on her once the demons appeared.
What happened here? Why are there demons and where are the guards?
How much information do you think I can get while locked up in a stationary cell? Well, a fair amount, actually. About a week ago, there was an alarm. Like, if there'd been a prison break. But everyone was running toward the bottom level, and someone shouted about a portal or something like that. Almost none of those guards came back. And those who did were being chased by all of the lovely creatures you've encountered here yourself. My best guess is someone opened a portal to the Abyss, lost control, and was subsequently killed.
Will these keys get you out?
Why, yes, they will. Glad to see someone thinking ahead. That being said, I won't be going anywhere while that portal's still open, so you'll have to go find my magic focus, too.
That wasn't part of the deal. I'm just here to get you out, and if I go even deeper into danger, then there's a good chance I won't come back alive to bring you outside.
Call it an addendum to your deal, then. Look, even if you let me out right now, I haven't eaten in nearly a week. No guards to feed me, remember? I've only had the little water I could get from the snow on my windowsill, so I'll be useless without my magic. Also, I refuse to leave a portal into the Abyss open like a welcome mat to the material plane. Left alone, this thing could let through something truly horrific. Maybe someone would be able to take care of it eventually, but not before demons laid waste to forests and cities alike. Neither of us want that.
And what if I force you to come back with me to the Storm Giant?
Then I would be fighting you, kicking and screaming the whole way. Probably get a lot of attention from monsters and bandits that way. Doubt Nalkra would be happy with you either.
How are you and some of the other prisoners still alive? Wouldn't the demons have torn you apart by now?
Oh, trust me, they've tried. Multiple times. However, these cells are reinforced magically on the outside, and have constantly active anti-magic fields on the inside. Demons cannot teleport in, or shoot fire, or whatever at us, nor can they rip the doors off. Ironically enough, these cells are the safest places in the entire building, so far as I can tell. It'd be relaxing if I didn't have to listen to the occasional blood-curdling, inhuman shriek echoing through the halls.
how did the portal open in the first place?
I haven't the faintest. Perhaps one of the guards was secretly a demon worshipper and agreed to let his friends in. Maybe someone just got careless with some other ritual, or were tricked into enacting the wrong one. Maybe someone sneaked in. Trust me, I've been scratching my head over this since it all started.
Nice. Now, not as good as Oozy Jesus from Dungeon Crawler Call. Yep. Bloody. So Discord is such an annoyance to try and navigate half the time.
Where would I find your focus?
There's a lockup somewhere for inmates' possessions. Get the warden's keys, and you should be able to open whatever box or closet you can find.
I'll be back soon.
Okay, I'll be here.
Do you actually... You don't actually have a window. How exactly did you survive?
As much as your
on
presence brightens up this place, I'd really rather be out
snow
of here. Hurry it up!
from your window if there's no window? Yeah, okay, so she said, ow. Obviously she didn't say ow, but you know what I mean. So, she said that she survived on the water from her window, but if you kind of notice, there's no snow, like there's no window for her to get the snow. So, I have no idea. Visual confusion of just the entirety confusion. Oh. You're new. You're also dead in like one magic missile. Probably not a good idea to try and read chat while in the middle of a fight. Maybe the wind blew the snow into the cage. Can't wait for winter to assault me by throwing snow right in my face. Considering the fact that it's going to be summer in Australia soon, if you complain about it being too cold, I'm going to find out where you live and I'm just going to sit. I'm like gonna squat your house. But apparently we might not have a snowy winter because climate change. Yay for climate change. Oh wow, I think I found the one creature that doesn't die in like an immediate magic missile. It dies in two. What the hell? You're having summer soon. Australia is a different planet. Yeah, once fall is done, it's pretty much going to just tick over into Australia.
Hey, Vair? We haven't been using your magic site as much, but I haven't seen any evidence of a cult or any other religious or magical activity aside from what's needed to keep this place running.
Oh, yes, strange.
By ear.
Just get us out of this prison.
Alright, as soon as it ticks around to summer. Oh, by the. I'm just trying to find out where to go. Then. There? How do I get up there specifically? It's either this way or another way. Oh, this way. Yeah, I am not looking around or looking forward to summer. I mean, like, it's bad enough that some of the weeks in autumn, which we're currently in, have been getting up to roughly 34 degrees. You're not looking forward to anything. Dude, if I had the money, I would literally just stalk winter. Like, I'd buy a houseboat and just follow winter throughout the world. But I highly doubt I'm going to get the 300k. Give or take. I was about to say, did I seriously just go the completely wrong direction? Wait, okay, so we killed Warden in there, which he doesn't respawn. We have the same temperature in the summer, actually. Really hot summers, really cold winters. Yeah, like, I doubt I'm going to get the 300-ish K that I'm going to need to buy a houseboat. Oh, which kinda sucks, cause, like, I would very much like a houseboat and just, you know, chilling in winter all the time.
Oh, my focus. Excellent. Have you cleared the path to the portal?
All of the demons have been killed.
Oh, you even took care of that big, bat-like thing? That one looked particularly menacing. If I'm being entirely honest, I nearly peed myself when it stopped by to try to get into my cell.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Well, let's hope it stays that way, though I wouldn't hold my breath.
Nokra mentioned some sort of flying monster before we came, but we haven't seen it yet. Do you think it's still here?
Oh yes, I saw it just yesterday. If it hadn't flown off by then, something must be keeping it here. My guess is it's feeding off whatever energy's coming out of the portal. Or, well, if that thing's still hanging around, then it will probably rip me to shreds the moment I try to seal the portal. I'll find a place to hide. Maybe just stay in this cozy and very safe cell until it's dead or driven off. Once you've done that, I'll close the portal and we can get out of this place. I would guess it probably perches somewhere up high. Might want to start searching the upper levels.
Actually, I'm gonna just quickly check as to how much a houseboat would be. Like, I know I looked up how much they were. A while ago, because I remember that one, I was like, yeah, it'll be kind of fun. Let's see, 75k, 270k, 190, 250, 290, 350, 380, So it looks like for a small houseboat, 89K, like you're looking at roughly 100K. But holy shit, why is this one 680,000? Like, okay, I have to admit, man, that looks like a very spacious. Ugh. That looks like a very spacious and enjoyable houseboat. But I highly doubt that I'm going to be able to afford it at all in my entire life. Oh, to win the lotto. Really nice thing that they don't have 4 damage here. I just fell off in the exact same spot, didn't I?
Wow, I've never actually been up quite this high. Is this what it's like for you? Viewing the world from above while flying? Everything spread out so endlessly.
It was.
Any chance those specks are dangerous or harming anything in the area?
What a lucky day this is. The two souls have come to be packaged into the same body. I was getting hungry.
It can sense me?
And hear you. Yes, I must say that it is a delight to encounter a soul as rich and potent as yours, noble worm. I cannot say that in all of my centuries I have ever consumed any of your kind who were older than mere adolescents. Young and tender, yes. But their souls do not have the potency that yours does. And all of this without contending with your fiery breath or iron-hard scales. Oh, you are most generous in coming here so exposed.
The monster seems to be almost shivering in anticipation as it flexes its claws and bares its teeth. You get the sense that you might only have time for one question before the thing's patience runs out.
Who or what are you?
I am Karlvrak, Nabasu, and rabid dog of my master. He will not even keep him near, lest I begin killing and consuming the souls of his other minions. But such is my nature.
I feel like one of the things that I kind of find odd about D&D is all the completely weird names. Like I am High Lord of blah 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 blah. And this is blah 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 blah. It's like I get fantasy, but can we just stick to not having names? Like, oh yeah, here's Endon Java Dividir. Meet your new partner. Actually, wait. I have the perfect video for this. Assuming yeah. Assuming that it's this, I'll send it to you on Discord. But anyway, that, I feel like that pretty much just sums up how I kind of feel about some of the names. It's like, yeah, here's my name. How do you pronounce that?
I cannot help but and savor the screams as a creature's essence is removed from the universe. Speaking of which, I believe that my patience for pleasantries has reached its limit. Luckily for you, you will not have to face your deity's judgment when I am done with you. Death will be the true end. Once I devour your souls, not even a shred of you shall remain in this universe.
I get the feeling that this was meant to be a lot more serious. Like, to the point where this was supposed to actually be a serious fight. The only serious thing is that I can't pull bloody feet.
Joy consuming your souls. Fools, even if you strike me down and destroy my body here, I will simply reform in the abyss. And when I do, and when my master carves a path into this world, nothing will stop me from hunting you down. Your souls will be mine in the end.
Well, that just happened. Let's head back to Kimmerin.
Ah yes, that just happened. We just killed boss tier creature. Now we have to walk all the way back up the fudging stairs. Bloody stairs. You know, look. I don't mind having to walk up a bunch of stairs, but like, it'd be nice if there wasn't a bunch of undead, zombie-looking demons keep constantly respawning that I have to just run past, because honestly, killing them really is not beneficial. To the point of like, if he got XP, sure. Since we don't get XP, it's like, eh. What the? How in the heck did she already escape? Or did she seal the portal? Where? Okay. Either she already escaped, sealed the portal, or the heck did she go? She's down on the bottom floor, isn't she? And I just walked up all this way for nothing. If she is, and I just walked all the way for nothing, I'm going to be kind of mildly... Oh, come, I can jump over, but I can't. Wow. If it turns out that she's not down on the bottom floor... Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, she was.
Oh, well, that was downright unsettling. Still, the deed is done. However, I fear that what magic I could work here today was limited and will only be a temporary solution. Once I have some rest, though, I can return and enact something more permanent.
What about the other people still in the prison? It will be some time before more guards appear to help them.
Oh, I plan to free them all. I cannot abide by anything being trapped against its will. If these prisoners prove to still be dangerous to others, though, well, then it will be my responsibility to find and eliminate them. Lots of work if that happens, but I'll manage.
What about the crimes that they have already committed? They haven't finished their sentences.
Not my problem, and I don't really care about such strict laws. Way I see it, just being stuck in here was punishment enough. If they break the rules again, though, then someone will put them down. Might be me, it might be someone else.
How can you trust them to not do whatever it was that put them in here to begin with?
Hopefully, they've learned from their mistakes by now. That being said, I will also make it very clear what will happen if they cause too much trouble.
If they hurt people after you let them out, then you'll be just as responsible for any damage they do.
True, but I cannot punish someone for a crime they haven't committed yet. I'll just have to wait and see.
Could you use the Rod of Alignment to keep the portal shut? Put things back the way they're supposed to be.
That is a good idea, but... I do not know how to say this any more clearly than to say that the portal being open is how things are supposed to be. It seemed to have opened on its own, naturally. I've heard of such phenomenon, but never seen it. I suppose we just got unlucky. Using the rod, though, would just reopen the rift, I'm afraid. Nothing can ever be easy, can it?
Are you ready to go back to Nokra now?
Oh, once I've had a bite to eat, sure. There must be something around here that hasn't rotted or been gnawed on by demons. As soon as I'm rested, though, I'll turn into an air elemental or a snowy owl. Something. Fly to Nulkra's cave. I'll be there long before you.
Stay safe, then. Would have hated to go to all this trouble just for you to get eaten by a crag cat or something on the way back.
Yeah, well, the benefit of being a druid is that I can always turn into one of them if they try. Maybe insult their mother to get them to back off. You wouldn't guess it, but they're surprisingly touchy about their mom's crag cats. Never you worry. I'll see you there. As much as your presence brightens up this place, I'd really rather be out of here. Hurry it up!
I was literally moving to leave. And you're complaining that I'm not leaving faster. Like, just take that into context that you're leaving, and then you just have someone complain that you're not leaving fast enough. I mean, I suppose it's a lot better than juice making you live longer because sales pitch, which I really need to finish that game, but I'm playing this game, but I've got such a backlog of games that, like, it literally just does not even... The amount of games I've got on my backlog that I need to do, but I just have not worked up the spirit to do. Granted, the amount of games, animes, books, everything. You know what? I'm gonna make a day of it tomorrow if I can, and I'm just gonna read some books. I'm gonna put on some music, load up an idle game, a game that doesn't take like 10 years. I was gonna vibe and read some books. I've already got one book that I'm reading, which honestly it's pretty old at this point. But what? The book that I'm reading is by Catherine Roberts, The Seven Fabulous Wonders, Part 1, The Great Pyramid Robbery. Honestly, it's not too bad. I remember reading it in school. Okay, just a random bunch of purple ice. And honestly, it's a good book. Ideally, I would want to try and get like an audible version of everything. But that really are not feasible since half of them really kind of aren't going to. Like the entire collection of Goosebump books. If I could get Audible and like just the entire collection of Goosebumps, yeah, I'd be happy. Look, I may be old, but like, man, Goosebumps are awesome. If anyone says Goosebumps aren't cool, I will find them and I will punch them for disagreeing with my opinion. I'm pretty sure that's how the internet works. I've been reading Game of Thrones books, still on page 10. It's been years. I'm bad at reading and listening to it. It's hard in English. Lots of weird words. Welcome to the English language, where... Oh, let's fucking be honest, the English language sucks. Like, it'd be nice if I could tell you that, yeah, the English language is perfect. But I'm not much of a liar. Like, you can ask my sister, and if I try and lie, I end up just cracking up. And it's like, seriously, if I try and lie, it's like the most obvious thing in the world.
You have returned. Good. I can now say to your face that I do not enjoy being deceived, dragon.
I'm a good liar. On the other hand, Slavic languages are really confusing. Like, I can keep my face pretty stoic. Like, if you were to meet me IRL and just look at my face, it'll be like the most stoic thing ever. To the point where you'd probably question if I actually have any feelings. It's just like, why are you being so stoic?
I was afraid of this. Be careful.
Does having a dragon in me make that much of a difference?
I'm not... I don't even know what a Sigma male is, but like, whenever I'm out just walking around on trips, my facial expression for like 90% of the time is just set in like, No, it's a meme. I'm honest, like I just look at someone like, I barely have much of a facial range out in public.
It could make all the difference. Their kind's greed and arrogance has led to calamities that even the gods paled at.
I could say the same for giants, and their lust for conquest and dominance over others.
Those were Endandravair's ancestors, not him. Don't be so quick to judge someone for things their predecessors did. I remember you telling me a few stories about your people that weren't exactly flattering either.
See?
We figured out what you would want the rod for, and personally, I fully support your desire to return to your natural form. Especially if it means unearthing whatever your attackers are planning.
And what about after the dragon is returned to its form? Can we trust them with it then?
I'm either stoic or grin with all my teeth like an idiot. I look like a rat when I smile. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I'm either stoic or like on the off chance that I feel any form of joy, it's like just a massive grin and I look stupid. Not really a grin with teeth kind of guy.
I'd hope so. If not, though, we can always take it back. Either way, can't condemn someone for something they haven't done yet, right? Give it to them with my blessing.
Fine. But if you can hear me, Dragon, I do this not for your sake. I do it for the child.
I like how she's so pouty, like, give it to them, it's like, fine.
They do not deserve to have their thoughts constantly invaded and should be able to live their life without someone constantly whispering in their ear. A person's mind is meant to be their refuge and safe haven, even when nowhere else is. Besides, there is something about you, child. A sense of impending significance, for lack of a better term. I have been in this world long enough to trust my intuition, and it tells me to keep an eye on you. Regardless of what happens to the dragon, I will be curious to know your doings. Now go, hunt your quarry, and remember that the rod is not all-powerful. You must weaken your target first if it is a living thing. You have a battle ahead.
Any idea where we might find the creatures that stole Vair's body?
I tried scrying them too, but their lair seems to be protected from such spying. Sorry.
I may have an idea, though.
We'll take any advice you can offer.
Speak with the dwarves of Kelvin's Cairn. I have overheard their conversations whilst traveling as a storm. They speak of their kin in Mithril Hall facing a mysterious crisis, though I could not learn any details. Still, their troubles and yours could be related. If so, they may provide direction and help against a common foe.
It is as good a start as any. These foes are unnatural to our world, so they are bound to make disturbances that we might be able to follow.
Well, it's a start at least. Thank you both for your help.
Happy hunting!
I will be curious to see what you do in the future. I have a feeling about you.
I feel like so I'm not really sure as to how I feel about this map pack, honestly. On the one hand, yeah, it's fairly well done. So far, the story pretty well written. Fully voice acted, so I'll give them credit for that. My downside is I feel like there's a significant lack of any form of progression. Like, so far, pretty much the main progression that I've had is purchasing weapons and armor.
This foreboding cavern was once home to the dragon that destroyed 10 towns. It had carved its lair from the mountainside with its terrible claws, rending stone and ice like so much putty. After the dragon was killed, the place was looted of every scrap of treasure, then abandoned. Now it stands on the horizon as a grim reminder of Caer Dineval's past and the fate its sister towns suffered.
So essentially what I mean is, like, it doesn't feel like there's any major, it doesn't feel like there's any major, oh yeah, here you found a secret weapon hidden away in insert random area. Instead, it just kind of feels like, okay, yeah, you want a weapon upgrade, buy a weapon. That's it, there's your upgrade. Nothing special, you want the next weapon, buy it. Not like, oh yeah, you did all that. You look behind and you find a weapon at the back of the storm giants area. So to me, it's nice, but I don't really feel like, I don't know, maybe this is how D&D goes, and you know, you don't really find a bunch of random weapons to improve, you just buy the next upgrade. So I have no idea as to if this is specifically how D&D stuff goes. All I know is oh, okay, so I need to go here. So that's what it was. I kind of feel like playing Mordheim. I don't know why. I installed it a while ago because I was mentioning about Warhammer. And yeah, I like Mordheim, although for the most part what I tend to do is just bunch up my units and wait for the enemy to come in. Yeah, I'm kind of half not really seeing that these guys are going to be of any use if They left a mimic all the way down there and did nothing to stop it.
A stranger? Welcome to Kelvin's Cairn, true home of the legendary Brunner Battlehammer himself. And who might you be?
My name is Katra, and I'm looking for a group of people and monsters. Have you heard anything about anyone working with chalky-skinned creatures that have bones and spines poking out of their flesh? Maybe a wizard in a mask?
Don't know about any wizard and haven't seen any monsters like that about, but we have had some tales from our kin down south in Mithril Hall. Just rumors, mind you. Before the trading caravans from our cousins stopped coming due to the blizzards, they had some stranger things to say. They were all over the place with the tales, but the consistencies between them told how civilians were losing their minds. There's been sabotage, murder, and people just up and disappearing, or trying to go into the deeper caves where they had no business being.
You're also looking for a monster. Yeah, like, if I were to place myself into any... Like, if you were to ask me what Itchy Bit, obviously not that, what manga I would probably want to set myself in, it probably would be Monster Musume. I mean, honestly, if you can find a way, like, there is a vampire in it, but I'm not sure if that, like, particularly grants you the immortality aspect of a vampire, but if it did, vampire girlfriend and then just harem of monster girls. Like, honestly, can you say that there would be anything better than, like, just having an entire mansion of monster girlfriends? The answer is no.
Oh, and some people had talked about glimpsing a new small folk, they think, down in the Underdark. Just saw small, pale, white humanoids with grinning teeth and yellow eyes.
At the risk of jumping to conclusions, that sounds at least similar to what you witnessed in your home. Not to mention that the small folk she mentioned sound like the star-spawn Gru we have encountered.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a look at least. Thank you for the information. We'll get out of your hair and...
Boss, we're under attack! Some creepy pale things with spikes coming out of them! They're swarming our guard posts!
Friends of yours?
You could say something like that.
They must have finally tracked us down. I knew they would eventually come for my soul as well as my body.
You'd want to be an Outlast and be the War Rider's very willing host. I can't say that that would specifically appeal to me, but different people are into very different things. Also, so like, I have to get this event done in 110 days, and I need like 24, 48, 42, like another 100 or so totems in total. And it's not impossible, it's just kind of like, just want to get it done.
How many are there, and how didn't we see them coming? The scouts asleep?
The scouts didn't even have a chance to see them! The things just appeared right in the tunnels, behind one of our sentry posts! I think something teleported them here!
Get the workers and civilians into the deeper tunnels, and call up the rest of the garrison. You follow them to the shelters until this is cleared up.
I think they might be here for me. It's only right if I help repel them.
Your funeral, kid. Follow me.
Is there a reason why I can't run? I hate this specifically in games when you like can't run.
They're after a human!
Yep, don't even attempt to help. Like, they're after me. Okay, we're proceeding to not help you at all. Thank you for no help. Wait, hang on. So we're speaking of just inserting us into random games. Are we allowed to insert ourselves into H games? Like, is it just specifically standard games, or can it be lewd games as well? Cause like, I've got 2 specific games in mind that I would happily teleport myself into as the main protagonist. Was that it, or is there more? Like, I can't tell. Was that it? I'd happily teleport into Mass Effect. Ah, man. Having like a nice little harem of Quarians, Turians, and a Asari. Yes. That. I don't really have a more. Can't really say too much about Solarians. They're really not. Yeah, give me 10 Krogan. Yeah, different strokes for different folks. Honestly, I'd pick the Asari for the obvious reason in that they're Asari. Like, I think most people would agree, yeah, Asari. Bam. They're cute as hell. Quarians, wait, Krogan or Asari? No, they're all cute as hell. All of them. I feel like, yeah, I was about to say, I feel like Solarians would be kind of a bit of a side. But, no, not a deal breaker if you had to be forced into it. Asari, Volus is the sexiest. Oh, okay, maybe not the Volus. Asari for obvious reasons. Turians because they're birds, and the one final female Turian. Like, I know we encountered a couple other females on the DLC, but like, seriously, you encounter so few female Turians, it's like, why not just have more? I'm joking about the Volus, the Yag are tickling my monster kink. The Yag. No idea what the Yag is. Shadowbroker. Yeah, that's what I was like thinking that, but wasn't 100% too sure. I'd go with Turians because they're kind of bird-like, and like, look, birds are adorable, so of course, burb. Quarians are for the obvious reason of, damn, Tally. Tally, girlfriend, yes. Humans, no, because, look, if you have aliens, why would you want humans? It's like, no, bad, blah. What other alien races? The Vulture? I feel like the Vulture would be a little... like I'm not really particularly sure I'd want to go with Vulture if I could help it. What other Mass Effect races are there? Krogans? Maybe not a Krogan male. Everyone's saying Turians are birds, but it was associated them with cats. Vulture, nah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'd want a Krogan male. Me, I'd probably... Like, I don't really have much against being bi, but if I had to pick between a Krogan male or a female, I'd be more female lean in most things. Batarians aren't too bad. Like, they're kind of human looking, but I don't think there are many of them that you encounter as female. Let's just have a look at the Mass Effect races. Arachni girlfriend? Yeah. I mean, Nyreen. Who is Nyreen? Protheans, I feel like you wouldn't really get any Protheans. Nyreen, the Turian lady. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you don't really get to see any Turians. The Protheans look like bugs. Ew. I would have to give a pass on the Hannah. Pass on the Elcor, Hannah, and maybe the Yag, unless the female of the species doesn't look so weird. Hannah have tentacles, yeah, that's true, but I'd still have to put a pass. Like, I'm sure that they'd be fine if people want a less physical relationship, but as it stands, the Hana are barely weak enough, or like barely strong enough to lift up blasters. Hana are too religious. Yeah. No, like, I'm sure someone would want them for like a less physical relationship. For me, honestly, Arachni Queen. Yeah, I would happily take Arachni Queen. I mean, did you see how big she got in Mass Effect 3? But like, big bug. Yes. The Drell, I feel like, would probably be a safe bet that they're mostly humanish. Your type is Monster Girl. Did we not go over this? Did we not go over the fact of Monster? You never liked the Drell? I mean, the only Drell that we ever did encounter was the guy and his son. Yeah, Fane and his son. So really not a lot to go off. It's the same with Vulture, Batarians, and Drell. And maybe Volus, because we never really... Okay, so the list of things that we never saw as female. Prothean, Batarian, Volus, Elcor. It only... Wait, no, we got a Solarian female in the first game, but she was the only one. Yag, Hannah. We barely saw any female Krogan, female Turian. No female Vorcha, Batarian. You also have the Angara from Mass Effect Andromeda, but at the same time, like they look okay, but I mean, I guess if you were kind of forced into it, like they don't look too horrible, but at the same time, it's like we don't talk about Andromeda. I was so fucking excited for Andromeda when it finally came out, and then it's just like, fuck, this is shit. Bloody stupid, needing more things. Andromeda has rays. I don't know who that is. I think I'm still mostly annoyed at Andromeda for like not even caring. Like with Andromeda, it literally was just, okay, we're going to wipe the slate completely clean. All the choices that you made in the first three. The guy who wanted to take over Kadera. Yeah, no fucking idea, dude. I've played it once. Alright, like I literally played it once, and that was it. My issue, like I said, was it was a clean slate. Any issue or any progress or whatever that you had on the other games, no issue. The Quarian all left before they had anything to do with the Geth unification. The Krogan before the Genophage cure. And it's like, yeah, okay. I guess that's one way to wipe the slate clean. But like, it still kind of feels like... I also have no idea. Yeah, the issue is that they didn't introduce the Quarians. I mean, it was mentioned that the Quarians were coming. I'm assuming that's what Andromeda 2 might have been. But at the same time, it's like... You've already... shot yourself in the dick already. Like, you can't just say you're gonna make it better. You kinda... just took your gun and like... bam. There goes your dick. Do I just talk to you? What do I do? Like, what the fuck do I do? They wanted to do a DLC on Quarians, but the game flopped, so they forgot about it. Yeah, unsurprising. Like, another issue that I had with the game was... oh. Wait, I fucking swear, if you were the last enemy that I need, and you're all the way over here just sticking around in the snow. I swear, don't give me Ark flashbacks as to like, the last... Okay, so, let's go over a couple points. On Ark, there were these event type things where you could get like a bunch of loot out of orbital supply drops, and you had to defend against a wave against monsters. sometimes the monsters would end up
I
getting
think that's all of them.
stuck.
Indeed,
In, like,
we had not seen the star spawn anywhere else in the Dale. If they were transported
halfway across
specifically
the
here,
map.
that implies that they were coming for us.
How do you figure? They could have attacked us any time.
Maybe not. No one saw you in my cave when the cultists attacked me. Could be that they did not know who had my soul after losing the coin that held it. If they had known that you carried my soul, then that wizard in the mask would have either killed or captured you to take it back when he found us in Wizard Edro's tower.
So they've somehow figured it out since then, and have some way to find or at least track us.
That would seem to be the case. We should leave. If more pursue us, I do not want innocents caught in the fighting.
Vair, that actually sounded rather generous and thoughtful. Downright altruistic, actually.
Just get us to Mithril Hall quickly. If we stay in one spot too long, it will make it all the easier for the enemy to attack us, and we do not know what their capabilities are. For all we know, this invasion was either the entirety of their force, or but a tiny fraction of their army.
Good point. Yeah, we should go.
Like, so I feel like another issue that I have specifically with Andromeda is it's so hard focused on humans. Like, here, look, we are the other Pathfinders. Congratulations, other Pathfinders. You were delegated to being useless twats. Like, you want to actually have some background and shit like that. No, you're fucking useless. Like, literally, that's it. Like, you're so useless that you may as well have just been written out of the fucking story because fuck you. Things I heard about the Andromeda is the Angara are so boring, the main character is very rigid, there's no point in a dialogue wheel for the most part, and your team sucks. I think the only one that I really liked about any of the team was the Asari chick, and even then it was kind of a hit and miss. Like, yeah, she was okay, but at the same time, I could fucking just leave her ass behind. Like, it had some nice ideas with the terraforming planets and junk like that, like fixing the corruption. But at the same time, it made it to the point where the human was literally just the most important thing in the entire fucking galaxy. Like, you encounter the other Pathfinders, and you're like, they're supposed to be just amazing warriors in their own right, and then they end up just sitting there, being useless. It's like, cool, I guess I literally have to do the entirety of the work. Of all the romanceable peeps, the science girl, Gilda mechanic, and the criminal boy Rays. Could you not date one of the new... could you not date one of the Angara? I'm gonna have to look up who the fucking Rays is. No, not Jal. She was female. Seen worse? Oh yeah, the other girl, also secondary to the story. Yeah, I forget her name. Legit, I have actually not played it in so long. I completely in no way remembered that there was a female Torian. Wait, Dion? Hang on, I'm trying to figure out. Alright, see, I was trying to figure out, like, I remember, Vela Kjar, is that really her name? Vela... Yeah, her. I remember she wasn't too bad, but looking at her now, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. And another thing is that the enemies were just so boring. Like, literally, the enemies were so fucking boring that it's like, why? Literally felt like a comedy show. Even the main characters say the villain sucked. Like, yeah, here we're the villain and we're essentially just the new alien race, but dipped in some stupid goo, or I honestly forget. Like, you try and explain the plot of the game, and I'll be like, humans go to space and change everything for them? Make good for humans? Like, humans go into a new area and start colonizing the shit out of it. Like, yep, that's the most sufficient answer that I can think of. Is that they start making it better for people to live there, and yeah, that's essentially it. I can't fucking remember anything else. Somebody created the Angara and made them the villain race, made the villain race out of them, or something. Yeah, legit. The main thing that I remember from Mass Effect Andromeda was I got to a point where it was on the ice planet and I could not complete one quest because the guy that I was supposed to encounter was not fucking there. Like, it was a bug and I could not complete that quest until the bug was fixed, and I was like, at that point I was like, nah, I don't even fucking care. Wow, the worst bugs. I mean, at least they had a trans person. That's I don't actually think I cared too much to find the trans person. There's one freaky ass bug in the game where the bald lady was in the club just staring at me. Man, that just sounds like a fantasy, dude. That's not a bug, that's your fantasy. Yeah, dude, I believe that your fantasy is real. Like, I'm not denying that you have a fantasy that was a trans person. Hang on. I'm not obtaining my phone. I'm not sure if it has the quote of her. But yeah. Do. As soon as I try and find if there's a... Hang on, I'll watch this and see if it is. People are mad about it. I don't really care. Secondary arcs character being trans. Very interesting. Life-changing. It's nothing Bioware. And yeah, I found the clip as to what it is. Like, obviously, not trans, so I can't really speak on the thing, but like, so obviously I can't really speak on too much of an experience about being trans, but isn't like main goal for trans people that see themselves as the other gender to get surgery or no? I mean like specifically if you are born male but you feel female, and so like surgery would be the thing, not like any middle ground. You know what I mean? So we're gonna talk to this guy.
The journey out of Icewind Dale is slow and treacherous, the snow hindering your progress with yetis taking advantage of your predicament. Still, after repelling a few raids, you manage to round the spine of the world, feeling the fresh, warmer breezes rising from the south as you turn east and skirt the foothills as you make for Mithril Hall. You keep the fetid, troll-infested swamps of the Evermoors to your right as you near your destination, climbing the last slope in the mountain shadow and passing through the Dwarven city's main gates, hoping to find the lair of the Starspawn.
You remember the scene? You're like, whoa, Stefan is such a weird name for a girl. Congratulations, BioWare. Yeah, congratulations. The audience that you're aiming for completely didn't even know. Can't imagine meeting someone and immediately telling them, hey, I'm a trans man, now go do something for me. I mean, I guess, in all fairness, you did ask them what brought them to there. And, like, in a sense, I could see it as, yeah, new galaxy, new way to be yourself. But at the same time, I'd be like, honestly, if it was me, I'd be like, yeah, new galaxy, new me, past life behind me, don't even want to talk about it. Like, I'd essentially feel like that would just be me, like, yep, past, behind me, don't even care. Go on. Past be bad. I guess so, but most trans people wouldn't say that. Like, yeah, I was James before, now I'm Nancy. What's up, Andromeda? Again, for me, it would mostly, like, if I was in that position, I'd be like, yep, what's up? What would be a good female name for me? I'm Delina. New galaxy, new area for me to be awesome. Oh yeah. Instead of being like, yeah, by the way, before coming here, Diana, Dina. Maybe Diana, but I don't know. I feel like Diana's Diodrina. Yeah, that would work. Like, hey, I'm Diodrina. But you can just call me Dio for short. Then, just essentially back to stage one. I mean, honestly, I have a name. Like, my actual name can pretty much be male or female with, like, the change of one letter. So, like, if I ever did need to be female, I'll be like, yep, just change one fucking letter. Another successful day pushing trans agenda. Like, I've really got, like I've mentioned it, I've got nothing against people. I'm just trying to vibe until the world explodes. Like, at some point, just, I don't fucking care. Best you can do is pretty much just survive until the entire world collapses. That seems like a stupid spell. You wanted a masculine Russian name, but none sound like my old one, unfortunately. What is a good masculine? You could go Vladimir Smirnoff Dickinson. There, bang. Came up with a new name. You may thank me later. You're the one with the team. But like Coyote.
Lots of guards on duty. It
Oh,
certainly
they
seems
came
that
with
something
your
has the
name.
dwarves on alert. Whether it has to do with us.
Honestly, I hope it does. As bad as that could be for the dwarves, it was a long way to get here, and I don't want this trip to be for nothing.
Agreed. Though I will be more than happy to leave these tunnels. We've only just arrived, and already I cannot help but feel trapped.
We'll get in and out as quickly as we can. Just tell me if you start having problems, okay?
I
Vlad
will.
of the
Thank you.
Vladim. Why not combine them and go
Stay behind the
Vladim?
line, please. Please stay behind the line.
Oh, okay. I've actually got to go this way.
Next.
If I... Oh,
Step forward.
you can't. Yeah, see? Vladim. Man, I'm out here giving away
Next.
free names.
Next.
Vlad leaves a bad taste in my mouth due to a
Next.
certain someone. Well, I mean, if you're after a male name, you could go
Next.
with a stripper name of Vlad the Impaler.
Stay behind the line, please.
You know, winky face. Too many Vlads and one of them is literally evil.
Next.
Yeah, but imagine
Next.
porn star name of Vlad the
forward.
Impaler. You know, you get into a porn and be like, I'm going to impale you on my shaft.
What's going on? What are you doing?
We're trapped! Get us out, Katra! We are easy targets here!
What's happening? What did I do?
The precautions have marked you as dangerous. You'll be detained, examined, and questioned.
Why did they say I'm dangerous?
Our wards indicate that there's been tampering with your mind or soul. That there's a foreign entity inside of you.
Again? How many times will our simple presence be a cause for suspicion or study? This is growing tiresome.
Do you have any explanation for this?
I wish I had sometimes to impale with though. Wait. I'm not gonna lie, I honestly thought you were a guy. Or do you not have a... What? Visible confusion. I actually have no idea. What? Wait, you're not? Well, wait. You're trans. I thought you were born male. And that you're doing... Like I never asked. Yeah, a trans man. As in, you're born... Oh, born female. Oh. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I thought you were born man and you were trans female. What the hell? What? I legit thought that you were born a dude. It's not my fault. You didn't. Look, you can't blame me. You never said.
I carry the soul of a dragon within me. We are here hunting the ones who took his body from him.
My first instinct is to call you nuts and throw you in jail. But perhaps there is more to this. Either way, you'll be detained until we finish evaluating you. Our commander's on the way to address this personally.
And how long will all of this take?
That is for our commander to decide. You might not be allowed to leave at all.
Well, it's nice to think you thought I was a sister.
So you're the one who set our
time.
alarms to screaming like a goat that's been cornered
But
by a
it's
mountain
hilarious.
lion? Fengir, I don't feel like wasting our time here, so cast your spells and let's get on with our lives. If you resist his spells, he will know. Submit to them, or we will use more invasive and painful methods to get what we need out of you.
I would suggest that you answer Commander Tordek's questions fully and truthfully, while providing any other information that's applicable to our investigation and/or Mithril Hall and its denizens.
Wait, then that just brings up, like, okay, so you have to go into the female changing rooms, but then the other females look at you weird. But assuming you've still got a mostly female body, and then it's like, what? I guess unless I saw, I wouldn't really be able to specifically judge, but confusion? I don't know. Like, I don't know, just visual confusion all around.
As the dwarf casts his spell, you feel a sensation akin to what you did when Thesserai's assistant cast Zone of Truth on you.
I mean, I've been working out a lot. My face is masculine enough, and I got a really short haircut, literally a buzz cut. You look a lot like a guy. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. But yeah, shit, I honestly did just think you were a guy.
This, however, is more direct, targeted, and instead of trying to prevent a certain kind of action, you can feel something trying to take control of a part of your mind and thereby compel you to follow his instructions.
That's music to your ears. I'm so glad that me completely misgendering you and thinking you were something else is good. I did a good job.
This seems like a fairly reasonable request. No reason to not be honest with them, right?
Good. The first thing I want to know about is this entity inside of you. Finger says that there is another consciousness living inside of you, but that it does not seem to do you any harm. What is it, and do you or it wish to harm the people of Mithril Hall?
Vair is a dragon borrowing space in my head for the time being, and even if he did wish you harm, which he doesn't, he'd be about as dangerous to you as whatever is going through the head of whoever you put on latrine duty. He's got just thoughts going for him now. Personally, I'm not interested in hurting any of you, but if you give me a reason to, I'd be willing to carve through all of you like a hunk of cheese to get to our goal.
You're trying to be seen as male, and you literally thought I was a cis male, so what's the problem? Honestly, no idea. Aside from the fact that you're just kind of making me now think that you look like insert generic female army buzz cut soldier. You know what I mean? Like just the generic female soldier army.
I will admit that my surprise about there actually being a dragon involved has been overshadowed by the gravity of that threat you just posed. You had best hope that our interests do not conflict, else the inside of that cage will be the last thing you ever see, as I am unwilling to expose my people to harm. Surprising as all of this is, what business have you in Mithril Hall? Why come here?
The people and creatures who stole the dragon's body are hunting us for the soul. We mean to find and destroy them first, and take back the body. Judging by the rumors coming out of Mithril Hall, we thought that we might find their trail here.
In that case, perhaps our interests are aligned. Before we go any further, perhaps it would be best if you started from the beginning and told me all you know and what manner of foe you are looking for.
Well, make yourselves comfortable, as this is gonna take a while.
I am patient, but do not take too long. I have a crisis to address. So these pale things in the tunnels we've found, that they are not from Faerun explains why no one in the city is familiar with them.
No, you don't look like a female. Everyone thinks I'm a guy, even IRL. The only thing that gives me away is my voice, and you're working on it. You know what? I believe in you, buddy. Like, you got this. Although I will admit, it's a little sad because Russian accents are probably really nice, and just make sure you keep the Russian accent, okay? That's all I can say. Like, don't try and change your voice and then go from a cute Russian accent to "Good day, chaps. It is I, Vladadadabadabadabada. It is I, Vlad. What name do we? Vladim. Cheerio. Biscuits and tea." I feel like that would just get really uncomfortable for everyone around you. Like, when the fuck did we let British people in here?
We had thought that they were perhaps a lost people from the Underdark, as those caverns are vast and not all of them explored. I had suspected that their appearance might have something to do with our missing people.
You don't know what accent you have. Probably a mix of everything. I sound kinda Canadian. Honestly, my first exposure to like, and I didn't even know that they were really Canadian, would probably be Stormhawks and the Sub-Zeros. Wait, no, not Sub-Zeros. What were the ones in Stormhawks? Damn it, now I have to look up the Stormhawks. Oh yeah, well, yeah, literally Susie Lou. The Absolute Zeros. Which, honestly, probably really did not help things growing up. Don't look up the Absolute Zeros and Stormhawks. They're weird. It is kind of a shame that they didn't get a third season, but yeah, Stormhawks is fun. I was playing GTA and Trevor has a Canadian accent apparently, and everyone chose him and I was like, what the hell? He's speaking normally. Yeah, I would honestly have no idea if I have an accent. Like, I can do a decent Irish accent. Like, literally, whenever I'm playing Overwatch, and I've had instances where I'm like, had people be like, oh, it's surprising that you still have I do have an accent. I appreciate that. Like, the amount of times that I've been playing and they're like, you still have such a strong Irish accent that's like, it's just surprising. When I first heard you, I didn't understand a single word you said. Aww. Oh, you see, like, when I put on the Irish accent, like, a lot of people in Overwatch are tending to be like, mate, you have such an amazing accent, like, bah, just keep talking, we love it. So, like, that's the main reason I tend to put on the Irish accent when playing Overwatch. Because a lot of people are just like, mate, just keep fucking talking. But then, you do sound kinda Irish. Yeah, like, it's not much of a hard change to go from Australian into Irish. Cause, like, I can't really explain it. I just change a little bit in the back of my voice, and it's like, bang, immediately switch between the two accents. So, like, I'm not sure if it's harder for people to switch between accents that much, but the only one that I can really tend to do is Irish, unless I go with like a very fake Russian accent. Like, hello, comrade, today we will fight off many Russians, and we will take control of the entire world.
As for whatever has taken the dragon's body, that is not an enemy we can allow to rest at our front door.
I was able to understand Australian after a while talking to you, but I still have a hard time with Irish. Well, yeah, if you want, the Russian accent is an L. I gotta teach you better than that. By all means, you wanna get an Xbox and we can play together, then yeah. You can teach me how to do a better Russian accent. Like, I can try other voices, I get kind of embarrassed having to do them. I can do an old lady voice. Do you want to hear my old lady one? Hello? Hello? Dwarf guy? We're going to attack the city.
So what do you plan to do about it?
Hello? Wow, Grandma dear. I used to actually do like just a bunch of stupid shit like, hello? Meals on Wheels? Is Meals on Wheels delivered to the Titanic? Is Meals on Wheels, Meals on Waves? I feel like I used to have it better, but...
Kill it, of course. If you cannot remove the creature from Endandravair's body, then a dragon controlled by a cult is not something that we can ignore.
But you are willing to let us try first.
I am. Partly because the most callous and pragmatic smart thing to do would be to allow it. If you succeed, then the problem is solved. If you fail, then you will most likely die and be unable to stop us. Furthermore, you seem to genuinely believe you can accomplish this, even while compelled to tell us the truth of yourself and your journeys. You have spoken of overcoming monstrous creatures and seem to have a plan with this Rod of Alignment, which Fengir would salivate over if you gave him a chance to examine it.
I would not salivate.
Yes, you would. Because of your confidence and because it is right to help a goodly dragon, we will move forward with your plan and aid you as we can. Our scouts have tracked these Starspawn to a set of ruins in the Underdark that they seem to be using as their base. Chances are you will find your dragon there, or at least more information about where it could be.
That's...
However, confidence can be unwarranted. To make sure that you are up to the task, we will test you. A simple sparring match should do. It will be you against, say, 3 of our best fighters. If you beat them, then we will assist you. If you cannot, then we will have to consider you a liability and keep you from interfering while we kill the possessed dragon, much as it pains me to admit.
3 against 1 seems a bit unfair. Are they really any good?
The ones I have in mind each earned their reputations fairly. One slew a hook horror when he was a fresh recruit in the army, and the other 2 were essential in finding and exterminating an Illithid outpost.
Are you nuts? If they're that good, what makes you think I could take them out all at once?
If you cannot defeat them, then what makes you think you can overcome a dragon? Much less everything between you and it.
Sorry, hook horror?
A predator of the Underdark with a sharp beak and a pair of hooks instead of arms that are just as capable of rending flesh as they are of helping the monster climb about. They are normally pack hunters, but Varg managed to get cornered by one.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot as to, well, on the topic of the Underdark. I completely forgot, like, the 2 games I would insert myself into if I could as a main protagonist. The first one, honestly, Crush. I could just put myself into the main position of Crush Crush and be like just an immortal marshmallow, like all the time and money in the world, and like I forget as to how many specifically girlfriends or lovers he has, but like over 50. I mean, there's also Hush Hush if you're into that. I haven't tried it, so you might be into Hush Hush. Wait, no, not Hush Hush, Blush Blush. You have to be specific. Crush Crush is female, Blush Blush is male, and Hush Hush is a game that I've yet to buy. I want to buy it, but I just have not had the money. Or the other game is Monster Girl 1000, in which it's like, yeah, you're just an immortal demigod and a bunch of monster girls.
Crazy dwarf hacked it to pieces, though the things are covered in a carapace as tough as wood.
They are not cringe. Dude, Blush Blush easily beats Dream Daddy. Like, I've actually not even seen any of the... I haven't actually seen the characters in Blush Blush because, yeah, I haven't really played it. I mean, they don't look too horrible. And we're just going over it. I mean, yeah, they don't look too bad. Although I'd definitely probably go with Blush Blush over Dream Daddy. I guess they look too cute. Yeah, I suppose. You get a mermaid guy, which... Honestly, the mermaid guy, not too bad. Well, like, to each their own. Yeah, I'd either go with Crush Crush or, like I said, Monster Girl 1000, where, you know, just an entire harem of like 1,000 monster girls as an immortal demigod. I mean, never played it, so who knows? Maybe it's a great game. It's essentially just a clicker idle game, but it's less of a stress-inducing for events. So like, for the event in Crush Crush, it's literally just log in, click the event, click the token, click claim, you're done. Like, you're done for the day and you just need to repeat it for like however long the event is. It's like, bang, no stress. Meanwhile, you compare it to this game that I'm trying to do, and it's like, do you want RNG? Well, guess what? Here's an entire event based around pure RNG. Like, literally, it's just an pure RNG event on the fact of screw you RNG. And then you have to wait like 2 hours for the potential to get another set of RNG. Because screw you. Like, literally, you have to wait 2 hours for the next attempt unless you want to do heavy re-rolling. I don't even get that. That gets dropped from... Do I need a... Stupid game is freezing up. I remember my ex played clickers and I didn't really understand the appeal. She would literally click on a cookie for hours. I'm pretty sure you're talking about Cookie Clicker. For me, like, it's not so much that kind of idle game. It's not like click cookies to make more cookies to make more cookies. But I do need to see. Do I get this from... I get it from the fucking shield. I'll save using them for now. Even though I could potentially get another shield, it's not really that worth it. Honestly, to each their own.
What is an illithid?
They're more commonly known as mind flayers. They stand like people, but have tentacles on their bulbous faces. They read minds, can brainwash prey, kill you with their psychic abilities, or simply crack open your skull and suck your brain out. Now that I mention it, there have been more reports of mind flayer signs lately. Should look into that.
Very well. I accept your terms and your challenge.
Excellent. In that case, Fenrir, you may remove the restraints and end the spell.
I respect your taste. Like, I'm not really sure if I can... I'm trying to figure out if I can potentially take a screenshot on Chrome or if I need to do it on Firefox, which arguably it kind of just intensely crashes my fucking... Anytime that I try and load it up on Firefox, it's like, yep, do you want your entire Firefox to crash? I'll try and find... I took a picture, but it's kind of like really shitty. Bum 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 dun dun dun. Like, I'm playing a game and one of the deities is literally a giant fire chick. Obviously, the picture's really not that decent, like, at all. But, like, look, if I had to pick, giant fire chick is a yes.
Good job at take you, Tordek. Felt like I was about to start bleeding out of my eyes from maintaining the suggestion for so long.
I would never let that happen. Else your wife would skin me alive when she saw you.
And I would let her.
You're free to go now. I will return to my other duties, and when you are ready, report to the Silverbeard Arena to face 3 of our champions.
You're complaining about that, but you had no issue with the giant orca lady. Or the 2 girls from a little porn game. Like, really? You have an issue with that, but no issue with gigantic orca lady. Ooh, chest. More gold. On the off chance that I don't have enough. Oh wow, I was literally just contained right there. Oh, you just didn't expect it. Okay. Like, I don't know what you're into, so I can try finding Roadhog porn. Which, hang on, I might actually... Let me try and find it. Is it okay to talk about it on stream? Who fucking knows? But considering half the Avatar stuff that I've talked about, who bloody knows? Boy, I sure hope I don't run out of money. Like, in all honesty, I've probably talked about way worse. Like, literally, I talked about this event on another stream and the names of the 4 houses, because it's a Harry Potter themed event. The name of the 4 houses are Giggity Door. You got the filter, or you got no filter. Like, so Giggity Door, Slytherin, and Ravencock. There's no Hufflepuff one though, which is kind of a bit weird, but like, look, if no one fucking stops by, I just end up talking about a bunch of random shit. And yes, Slytherin. Like, that's the name of Slytherin. Which, while we're on the topic of Slytherin, I honestly want to know, the fuck was JK thinking? Like, in just honest sense, why have Slytherin as a house? It's pretty much just, yep, here's Slytherin, and it's literally just the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst people ever imagined. Like, the worst people that you can possibly fucking imagine. Slytherin. Did you just intentionally put Slytherin in to be a bunch of assholes? Or was there some other reason for it? Because, like, they're all kind of just dicks. Last time I did a Hogwarts test, it gave me Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. But yeah, the houses are dumb. The whole universe is dumb, to be honest. That school is a hazard. I mean, it's kind of the same issue that I've had, and that people are just too stupid for their own existence. Like, I've posted pictures to Twitter that are clearly tagged, like, sensitive content, do not fucking open this, or do not click on this if you don't like this fucked up content. And then they look at it and then they're like, why would you post this? Why would you post this? And it's so bad. And I'm like, bitch, you're the one that fucking opened it. Like, you can't go watch a porno and then complain that it has sex scenes in. Like, that's literally the same point of, like, the parents complaining that they took their kids to Deadpool and, like, or like, you buy an M15 rated game, like Fatal Frame, and it's like you can't really sit there and complain that the game has fucked up stuff in if you're the one that bought the bloody game. Literally, you can't eat fish and then complain that the fish has fish in. It doesn't work like that. It's either you just accept it or you complain that fish has fish in. Now, speaking of, where in the hell are the weapons? You guess? No. Did you see the trans character in Harry Potter game? Know what her name is? I didn't even know they put a trans person in there. So, honestly, no. Serona Ryan. Honestly, I don't like that name. Not because it belongs to a trans person. It just sounds stupid. Like, maybe it's just me. Don't mean to shit on them. I'm sure it was very brave. I guess if they had a trans guy in the game, they'd probably name him She-Male. Yeah. I don't know why, but this just seems really odd to have like this little pond in the middle of like a mount. I can't actually get out of here. I don't know if I can die in here. Can I? I don't think I can get out of here. Yes. Bro, I got stuck in a cute pond. Yeah. This feels like help. Help. I guess this is where your adventure ends. Oh wait, nope. Huzzah. Never underestimate my power to kill myself. Actually, speaking of like random junk.
Remember, this fight determines whether you even have a chance to save me and separate us. Not to make you panic or cause undue stress, but this might as well be a matter of life and death.
Yeah, right. No pressure. Thanks.
Speaking of, I'll show you. This spell is called Committo Unalivo. I'll show you what my custom character looks like. You're gonna have to give me your honest opinion. But I kind of went with like a experimented on just so like I mentioned this in another stream. But I kind of wanted to go with like a experimented and kind of just mutilated character. And the only things that I can think of changing would be the shirt, the headdress, and the wings. But like, I like the ideas of like amethyst growing out of it and just junk like that. So yeah, what do you think? Like, the wings possibly could be changed. And just some other stuff, but... Little Skittles pox, but crystal pox. Or it's like Skittles pox, but crystal. Yeah. Yeah, like, I kind of wanted just, like, random. I saw the amethyst, and I was like, I want to set the entire character around the idea that they have crystals growing out of them. And so it was just like, okay. Scarred eye, eye patch, lost limbs, and then I was like, wings. She looks like a Cut Winks Club character. Yeah, look, I'm weird. I was just like, you know what would be cute? Mutilation. Cut off the arm, cut off the legs, jam a bunch of crystals into her, blind her in one eye, put an eye patch on the other eye, and then give Dragonfly wings, because why not? You're my long lost brother or something. I don't think I have any German. Oh, I have slight German in me, but I don't think I have any Russian, so... Ah, no, man. Although, to be honest, I kind of made it because I was playing the Minecraft mob vote, and I was like, I really don't want to just be walking around in like a basic skin. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna make the most random ass skin. And then I started, I'm like, you know what, yeah, this is a fairly decent idea. So I'll just fucking roll with it. Although I am honestly looking forward to Dragon's Dogma 2. And I'm kind of hoping that I can go with the same strategy. It's like, what I normally do with Dragon's Dogma is I usually have like a super tall guy, and then like the pawn is just in like a really small chick that I can just throw. Like, pick up the tiny baby, toss, and then bang. And, you know, she's a good character, good mage. I find a lot of people in Dragon's Dogma really don't specifically focus on a healer mage, and I'm like, okay, you know what? My pawn is going to be really talking about it. Yeah, man, Dragon's Dogma 2. Awesome, I can't wait. Oh, we're really talking about the fact that I pick up and just constantly throw my pawn off the cliff. Because there's that too.
Ah, yes. The human. Tordek said that he was sending you this way. Ready to get beaten into the dust.
What are the rules for this fight?
You're a service top. As in, like, I was gonna make a joke that you're like an army service top, and I'd be like, you know, that's kind of a weird gender identity, but I respect you for being open.
Don't kill each other. About as simple as that. Try not to maim each other either.
So, yes, sir. Alright, there you go. We found your fetish. You're an army service piece of clothing. Although that would imply that you like being stretched. Funny enough, I wanted to be an army boy when I was young. Yeah, do it. Nothing is stopping you
Magic is
but
wonderful
you.
stuff, but cutting off an arm could kill someone as easily as stabbing them, and it gets really expensive and difficult to bring people back from the dead. So, yeah. Don't go for anyone's eyes or dismemberment or anything like that.
I'm ready. They might be surprised about who gets taken down today.
Ah yes. Don't go for the eyes when my primary attack is launching magic stuff. What do I mean about being stretched? Well, if you're an army service top, then normally people in the army are big, and so you'd have to stretch the top around them. So thus meaning that you'd be used to getting stretched to fit a bunch of big army dudes. Hey, your words. I'm just going off the logic that you told me.
Uh-huh. Sure. Well, let's get it over with.
Is that? Is that really the best? Really? That was the best? How did the stream turn into talks about stretching me? I mean, it's fun. I wonder if it's like ban-worthy on Twitch or YouTube. You know, I hope not. Shit. Great. Now you got me paranoid. Wait, no, we're just talking about clothing. Just clothing. That's it. You know, just harmless clothing. That's it. Nothing. Nothing towards. Fuck.
Well, I'll be. Wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. Guess Tordex saw something in you and was right. Again. I should know better by now than to second guess him.
Your
Anyhow,
fault. I
I'll
didn't
send word along
provoke
that
you or
passed his
anything.
test. Once you're patched up and ready, speak with him about whatever it was that got you down here in the first place.
You know what? Honestly, yeah, that's my own fault. I have nothing else to stump. I thought it would be funny, and then it turned into, now I gotta stream and you gotta say something and make me say something sus and we'll be even. You know what? If I honestly barely have time to watch other people's streams, like half the time it's either I'm just watching anime or something, or I don't fucking know. Like, for the most part, it's literally just anime.
Ah, there you are. I heard the good news. I suspected that you would at least make a good show of things, but even I'm impressed to hear that you defeated all 3 of the warriors I picked. Perhaps you can save your friend after all.
So, what now?
Now I am going to send you with a squad of soldiers into the Underdark to invade the lair of a relatively unknown foe. We have a very rough estimate of how many Starspawn there are, but if there are any cultists or prisoners, they have stayed within the ruins. I have already made the arrangements and my soldiers are moving ahead to further scout and prepare for the attack. Before you leave though, you should wear this. This will prevent anyone from scrying on you, like the cultists probably did when they found you at Kelvin's cairn. Don't want the evil little vermin to see you coming now, do we? Now get going. You have a dragon to rescue.
I don't stream, but maybe one day I'll show up playing Barbie or something. Probably Barbie Horse or Barbie Horse Camper Sunk. Because that's what manly men play. Oh yeah. I mean, you could always get My Little Pony. Actually, I know that there is a next generation game on thing, but aside from that, I would honestly have no idea. Honestly, to me though, I don't really think Barbie would be much of a decent investment into a game to stream. Like, look, if you want to buy me, hang on, I'm gonna try and actually find out if there are any Barbie games on Xbox. Let's see. I am actually trying to just look up if there are any. It'd probably help if I spelled it correctly. Barbie games suck, no lie, but I might play one for nostalgia. The name is so sus, it's called Riding Camp. Barbie Horse Adventures Riding Camp. Yeah, man, Barbie has to learn how to ride horses. Nothing sus there at all. Although, yeah, I can't actually, unless I look up. Hang on, I'm gonna try looking up specifically on the Xbox. Okay, never mind. It apparently just does not want to work properly. Okay. Bloop. I have determined if you want to spend the $30 to buy me Barbie house, I will stream it for you. You just need to get me a $30 Xbox gift box. Xbox gift card and I will buy it. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Either that, or it's on
Mithril, the
sale.
precious metal for which this dwarven kingdom was named, is exceptionally rare in most of the world. Lighter and stronger than steel, warriors and artisans across the lands clamor for it. Mithril Hall's seemingly endless supply of the legendary material is brought through here, and it is in this room that mithril ore is melted down and purified into the metal that has made the dwarves here wealthy beyond most people's wildest dreams.
But it's not crazy. Like, if you want me to play a game, by all means, you can buy it. Alright, $30. It's on sale for half price. So it'll only be, no, it's $60 off sale. It's like, man, I believe in you. You buy me it, and I will play it. And I will literally just sing Bobby songs for like the entire stream. Maybe in a million years. Are you saying you can't afford $30?
Without
I
sunlight,
can't.
there is little plant life in the Underdark. Instead, mushroom forests like this one sprout from decomposing material. Creatures come to feed on these mushrooms, and those creatures are eaten by predators, and then new mushrooms grow from what is left over. They are not too different from forests on the surface in that regard. Just don't try to eat them, is all.
I don't think there's a co-op Barbie game. But you're broke. Yeah, well, guess what? So am I. Alright. You can't expect me to buy new games when I can't even afford to buy myself new games. You're so broke. You're buying all these games and G Fuels.
There are many bizarre things in the caverns that honeycomb Faerun's underground. Portals to other worlds, colonies of walking mushroom people, and then there are more mundane sights like giant pools of filth and sludge. That's what you're looking at here. Don't breathe through your nose.
Mate, don't remind me that I wanted to get the Dead Space remake, which is currently on sale for like $70. I'm like, I still want it. That's like the meme. I'm gonna send it. I'm broker than you. I mean, you have enough money to, I don't know. You have enough money to go to the pool. Bam, got him. Mister, I'm complaining that I keep getting put into the wrong thing. Your family took you there. You're at least not broke enough to have a family? No, I've run out of ways to insult people. I gotta keep it family friendly. Keeping it family friendly to avoid any jokes that may possibly offend anyone. Also, I cannot imagine how long it would have taken to actually build all this.
One benefit of living in the Underdark is that the tunnels are seldom cold. Sitting so far beneath the world's surface, the Underdark is heated by the planet's mantle and the magma flows that make it. Some of those flows come to the surface, making small underground volcanoes such as this, where creatures of fire are drawn to the heat.
Hang on, I'll try and find... And there. It's not particularly much of a meme. It's comfortable enough to bully each other. Yeah, that's pretty much just the default for me. See, this is kind of like an issue that I have with any game. It's like you just want to run through, and then like you just want to run through, and it's like you've got 15 enemies, and it's like, yep. Also, let's speak about the context of a chest here. Like, let's speak specifically about the context of a chest here and someone coming up and not expecting it to be a mimic. Like, if you're thinking logically, but like, why the fuck is our chest just out in the open? But seriously, imagine how long it would have actually taken. I wonder if you can change the world settings to creative. I'm assuming that you can, because I kind of want to do that and like properly explore. I'm gonna try and see if I can send you something else. I'm not sure if I've already sent you that. Like, at this point, I don't know half of what I've sent to anyone. Alright, well, if you've already seen that one, there. It's not particularly too much of a meme, but I will admit the idea of like a giant tire snake You jump like a kangaroo. Honestly, if I had enough tires and just the skill to do that, I would completely do that. Ah yes, the dwarf outpost. Canonically filled with a bunch of horses. I mean, have you seen some of the creatures in Silent Hill? Like, if you're going the really messed up route of, you know, the Silent Hill monsters, if you're not confident in your strength, I just shoot them and then bang. You've got a free whatever the hell you were shooting at. I actually have no idea as to where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, the Resident Evil one, the pyramid guy is yummy. Yeah. I mean, I like him in the movie. Like, wait, was it in the movie? Hang on, you wanna know I'm not sure if I've shown you the guy that I'd go after in Heroes. Like, I've forgotten if I've shown you this guy. To which I swear, for some odd reason, I can't save. Like, I have to actually go to the wiki to save the bloody image. It's like, just let me save it from the fucking image itself. But honestly, that guy. You're looking very disrespectfully. Honestly, like, if I had to pick between any of the Kingdom Under Fire crew, Ragnar would definitely be up there. Although, I do have to admit, looking female pyramid head is also pretty cute. I mean, I think if I had to pick a character from Kingdom Under Fire Heroes, I probably still would go with Sirith though. Mostly because, well, if you looked up Sirith, it's like... Is it Sirith? Now I have to make sure I'm actually pronouncing the name correctly. Yeah, so like, if I had to pick a character... Yeah, I'd have to go with the Dark Elf. And it's not simply because of her choice of tops. Nope. That her choice of apparel had no impact on me at all as a kid. None. Nope. None. Nothing. Didn't do anything. Nope.
Finally. Was wondering when you'd show up. Are you ready for this?
Did you learn anything more? Did you see the dragon?
Not much, and no. Just got a better lay of the land, really. If it wasn't for the occasional group of white ones popping out and skittering about, I'd think this place was deserted. Still, we have enough information for a plan of attack, if you're ready.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Nervous? Yeah, can't say as I blame you, kid. If I'm being honest, I'm ready to puke. Just too many things we don't know, but we work with what we've got. To help make sure that you don't have to deal with too many bad guys inside, my squad and I will cause a distraction and draw as many enemies as we can into a battle outside. We chose a good spot to attack from, but we don't know how many are in there, so be quick. Doesn't matter how good we are, if we get swarmed, it's over. So, you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay, let us go first then. Once you hear us starting to fight, you go to that side entrance over there. Good luck.
This side entrance, or...
This is a little too familiar. The cave, the star spawn, and again I cannot fight. No. This is different. This is not what happened last time. We are not the victim. We are the hunter. We are the hunter.
We've got this. Just bear with it. This will be over soon.
I'm assuming that they mean this side entrance, because I couldn't really think of any other side entrance. Aside from the entrance to the side that goes in a completely different area. So it's kind of weird, because there was a buff holder in, like, the art, like in the screenshots, but we have yet to encounter a buff holder. But I'm assuming that this won't specifically be the end. Although, while we are on the topic of, like, random things, have you... You probably haven't. Have you listened to, or have you heard of Dominion of Blades? No, alright, I'm not sure if I'm going to get ad restricted or anything. Have you heard of the Cocteau twins? No, I don't know what they are. I don't even have any credits. Go from Kaiju. Cycle down to here. Give me a little bit. Cocteau twins is some heavy music. I've heard of the Voltaire twins. I doubt I'd really get away with actually playing parts of the book, but look up Dominion of Blades on Audible and listen. I'm assuming the preview will probably have them, but it really kind of feels like the female voice over really goes into more trying to actually sound more masculine in like the second book. But you might like it, as the main protagonist is a trans person. They're born female and they want to be male.
What are you doing?
So who knows?
I did everything you asked.
That's not me.
Please,
That's someone else. It's someone else.
What more do you want from me?
Gotcha.
What is that?
Get us
Stop,
away from
please!
here.
An exchange. A sleeper to awaken, for the awake to enter the dream.
Get the feeling, yeah, Dominion of Blades. It's about, so essentially they're trapped in a VR game aboard a spaceship. And I don't want to give away too much of the plot. Maybe I'll check it out. I don't like most media that features trans characters. It's cringe most of the time. Honestly, them being trans isn't really like so inherent to the narrative. I suppose I was sitting in the chair. But like, the main thing that I was asking about before is, you'd think that if humanity came up with the ability of, like, creating massive spaceships to head into the stars, you'd think the main character would properly transition at that point. Like, you'd think it would be kind of easier, but I don't know. Like, obviously I'm not trans, so I don't really know how hard it would be. I just think that, you know, spaceships would mean a lot more advancements in just general stuff. So it's at this point that I really don't feel like there's any point in fighting if they only drop gold, which I really don't need. It's like, yeah, your only contribution to fight is you drop gold, to which I don't need gold. Or we'll like make a trans machine or something, walk in, push a button, and walk out. Honestly,
help us, right?
I feel like, just make everyone like, make everyone into a hermaphrodite or Fudo. Voila. All your problems are solved. You got both male, female, bam. Any generic sexism, gone, because they're both sexes. So the only thing you have to worry about is racism and, I guess, body shaming. That'll be it. Would you want to be a hermaphrodite? Yeah. Wouldn't be nice to have options? Cause like, if you look at it in the sense of make everyone into what is essentially a Fuda, like boobs, dick, vagina, ass, and like either internal or external balls. You know, voila, you get options. Sounds kind of transgender view deal. I mean, if I was in the body of what is essentially I'd still probably be more male leaning, but if it got to the point where everyone was like that, you'd still have people that would be more female leaning and not really using the male parts. You'd have people that are more male leaning and not really, but it would also, I feel like it would work in a sense of like in a less civilized society where the loser ends up getting bred by the victor. So like obviously not in modern society, because in modern society we don't just go out and club people over the head and be like, haha, you lost, you're the girl now. But honestly, if everyone woke up and they were suddenly like, wow, that's crazy how you just say that. Literally zero filter. Like, that's literally the plot of a damn manga that I just read. Like, that's literally the plot of a manga that I just finished reading. In the Colosseum, if you're male and you get beaten by a girl, then you're essentially locked into... you get locked into a room with... and you take like this aphrodisiac. There's a spell that turns the male into a female, and the female grows a dick, and then, you know, the loser gets bred. It's kind of like a mixture of Shield Hero versus redo of Healer, in which he's summoned into a new world. The priestess that summoned him is like, okay, you're fucking useless. You're off into the arena because your skill is copy, and like you can only copy your opponent's abilities. But then he ends up beating her 4 kings, which are like obviously super attractive chicks, and then it's just like, haha, screw you, big titty priestess, or your kings
Thank
down,
Tom,
and
Timora, and
screw you.
anyone else who might be listening. I didn't think anyone would come for us. Please get us out of here. We're
You're
starving.
not like the rest of them.
Some of us have
The
been
ones on the
disappearing.
roads, all those things with them who... No, never mind, just help me out of here. Help me.
Have you seen a dragon here?
The dragon. Yes, it doesn't look healthy, like it has a fungus growing out of it. Some of us, the captives they took, we've had to feed and clean up after it sometimes.
I mean, honestly, you say I read the sauciest stuff. I literally found it due to a YouTube video. Like, literally, I found it via YouTube. So, like, if you want to blame anything for me reading weird stuff, blame YouTube, okay?
Sometimes it would just decide to hit someone. Simply snap up a random person and chase them down if they tried to run.
How is it sus? Like, I guess it's sus that the third chick is a 19-year-old lolly, but, you know, the first one is a sadist, the second one is a muscle chick, and the third one, or the fourth one, is fucking crazy. Yeah, it's not like you're much better. I mean, in general, pretty freaky. But if you're curious about the manga, it's called Reincarnation Colosseum. I'm not sure how many or how long it's going to go on, but it was last updated the 8th of September, so yeah, like a month ago. Honestly though, I think the second chick is kinda best. She's like this. Heard of a Megaverse? No. Let's look it up. Happy a Megaverse? Lost a Megaverse? A Megaverse? I'm assuming it's a yaoi one. Yeah, yaoi. I'm not particularly too interested in yaoi stuff, so I'd have to take a pass on that.
Where is it?
It's up on a cliff way above the rest of the cavern. But the only way you can get there without flying is through a portal that the people in robes use. It's deep in these ruins.
Just testing the level of sussery. Well, like, my favorite chick from Reincarnation Colosseum is the second one, in which... So what she does is she breaks the arms and legs and just, like, dislocates the joints of her victims. But then he ends up beating her, and she just essentially turns into a lapdog.
How many other prisoners have you met?
Maybe? I don't know. People come and go so often, and the cultists don't like us talking to each other.
I'll get you out of here.
It takes a few hits, but eventually you manage to bend and then snap away the padlock holding the door shut, sending the ruined metal clattering to the ground.
Thank you. Please, I just have to ask one more favour. My family is still being held with the rest of the prisoners. I know how to open the door and can let them out if you'll just watch my back.
Do I have an option to say no or an option to say yes, or are they just in there? Are you the family? Are you the family? You the family? Oh, okay. Just flick a switch.
Katra!
Was that it?
Is that you? Neri?
Was that literally it? I just had to flick the switch.
What are you doing here? We had all thought that the cultists had already killed you, or that maybe you had gotten away. Why are you here? How are you here? And what's all this new equipment?
It's a long story, one we don't have time for. What have they been doing with the people they kidnap?
Mostly, they use us for labor. Cooking, cleaning, mining, building, anything that needs doing. However, they barely feed us, and once someone starts to weaken too much, the cultists take them away, and we often never see them again. Fear of whatever befalls those who disappear keeps the rest of us working until we're too tired to lift our own arms.
What happened after I left the village? I came back and everything was aflame.
A few hours after you went to find Vair, the people who control this place appeared, accompanied by, well, Vair, though he looked sick.
Wait. A few hours? I found Vair in like half an hour at best.
They threatened to torch the village if we didn't cooperate. They rounded all of us up, searching us and our houses. They were looking for some coin, though none of us knew what they meant. We tried to give them money, but they didn't want any. Instead, they took what little they wanted, bound us up, and then the dragon appeared. I thought it might have been Vair, but I've never seen him so close, and he looked wrong. Sick.
Oh no. I was afraid of this. What they would make my body do.
When these people were done with us, we had to watch as the dragon flew into the sky and breathed fire over all our homes. It was horrifying, seeing all that we had worked and lived for burning. I don't know how we'll rebuild, even if we get out of here.
If you were to escape, do you think you would be able to find your way to the surface?
Not in a million years. None of us are from these tunnels. We would be lost and die down here as surely as if we were dropped into the middle of the ocean.
Right. You'll have to wait inside for me then. I came with a group of dwarves and elves, but they're fighting now and can't look after you. Once I'm done, though, we can all flee together.
I hope you're right. We have old and sick people here. We cannot move quickly, so you had best come up with a plan.
Have you seen the dragon? Do you know where it is?
Yes, they live on a ledge high up in this cavern. The only way there is through a portal that the cultists have to activate every time they want to pass through. They never let us see how it works, though. Katra, I'd always heard that dragons were wise creatures, even if some were evil, but this one seems insane. It's irrational, destructive, and yet it watches us with such intelligent eyes.
Also, Nuri, where are my parents? Are they still alive?
They were taken away some weeks ago and never came back. I don't know what happened to them, but, well, Katra, the people who are taken away never come back.
They could still come back, provided that you are willing to cooperate.
I just took a pump from the
What
body.
have you done with my parents?
Your parents are alive. When my kin found you in the frozen north, we would have offered to trade them for you, had our messenger not been killed by one of the short, hairy ones first. We have no more use for you now, but you are disrupting our plan. Instead, we will release them and the rest of your village if you leave immediately. If you do not, though, I will send these enlightened ones to remove them from your world while I destroy you here. So, you and your friends and family leave us in peace, or you attempt some silly rescue and condemn your parents.
Katra, do not even think about leaving yet.
They have my parents, though. Do you remember what happened when we last met this person? We were thrown from a tower. Getting everyone out without a fight could save all of our lives.
Not mine. We cannot be sure that your parents are even still alive, Katra, but we know that they have my body.
Honestly, I would have to go with... Go get the dragon. Like, it's a completely selfish move on his part. But if you had to weigh the concept of letting the enemy have a dragon and not disrupting their plans, or going forward and
Your body?
dragon.
That's all you can think about? They have my family and my village. You're being selfish.
And you're not thinking clearly. There is no reason for this creature to uphold their end of the bargain. He wants us gone because we can do damage here. They will continue to come after us until they get what they want.
No matter how you turn over their words in your mind, you are unable to read into this creature's intentions.
I won't fall for your lies. You will meet your end here.
Fine.
Get him, Katra!
Ah, yes. The ultimate posing. This fight is mildly tricky, but it's not really tricky in the sense of, well, it's not really hard in the sense of like anything. It's hard because of making it hard on the sense of like I was trying to use potions. That's it.
Decay may be delayed for a time if this has already passed. Or has it yet to? Time here is annoying. You will come for the greater rot, I see. Our time for the worms is not yet right, and my master does not mind delays in the course of his eternity. But the swarm is impatient. They are eager to show you the waking world beyond this dream. They still yearn to eat your eyes so that you can see the truth of the universe.
The monster has stopped caring if we understand it, I think.
I see that you come for the greater art. Yes. Yes, I will enjoy that struggle.
That thing! I always knew something was wrong about them, but that... I thought it was human at first, but... You need to lead us out of here right now. I will organize the prisoners, and you will show us the way.
No, not yet.
Excuse me?
I have to do something here first. I made a promise, and I think fulfilling it will also keep those monsters from ever hurting people again. Besides, there's a battle in the cavern, and the soldiers on our side can't protect you until it's done.
But we have to... Very well. I will organize us as best I can and find a place to hide or barricade ourselves that isn't... this. We'll see if we can find any other captives while we're at it. You just make sure to come back alive and come back quickly. You hear me?
That's the plan, yeah.
Alright, I am going to be calling it here, as I still need to get some stuff set up for today. And it's like 5 AM, so I'll catch you later. Hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.